A very pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day for baseball as Henderson State University takes on East Central Oklahoma here in Arkadelphia, Arkansas at Clyde Berry Field. A doubleheader today as this series has been moved from Ada, Oklahoma to Henderson State. East Central will be the visiting team since they are originally the home team, so they will be the home team today. And the Reddies will be the visitors. Henderson State yesterday won by a score of 16-1 in the opener, and then the Reddies and the Tigers elected to play a doubleheader today because, yes, those thunderstorms did hit late in the afternoon. Tornadoes came through, and so it was a good move to postpone the games to play the doubleheader today. And Henderson State will step in on offense first as Hunter Mayall will lead things off with the Reddies hitting .267 on the season. We'll get to the lineups and the defensive positioning for East Central momentarily as Hunter Mayall steps in and takes the first pitch from our starting pitcher today, Kyle Britt, for a strike. Britt's 6.21 ERA, 2-2 on the season, 29 innings of work. He's struck out 16 batters, and the next pitch is outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hunter Mayall. Next pitch downstairs, and it's 2-1. Reddie scored 3 runs in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, and 4 in the fourth in yesterday's game. As the next pitch is inside for ball 3, 3-1. Added 4 more in the sixth, 1 in the seventh, and 10 run rolled East Central. Henderson State collected 15 hits, a season high for the Reddies. Here's the pitch in there for a strike, and it's a full count to Hunter Mayall, hitting .267 on the season after going 2 for 6 yesterday. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled out of play. Alan Hall will bat second for the Reddies, then Jordan Taylor. Joseph Gary fourth, and A.J. Cruzel fifth. The next pitch is low. Ball 4, and the Reddies with the leadoff runner on base to start things off here. Jake Gall will bat sixth. Hayden Lessenberry in the 7th hole. Darius Hawkins 8th, and Matt Evans 9th. Alan Hall will step in for the Reddies, hitting .292 on the season. Came in a pinch hit role yesterday and had a base hit, 1 for 1. And squares the bunt, takes the first pitch for a strike. So 0-1 count to Alan Hall. Takes the next pitch to Reddie left fielder. It's 0-2. All with 3 doubles on the season, 12 RBIs, 403 on base percentage. He hits a chopper, and it will actually fly ball to left field, and it'll be caught by our left fielder for the Tigers, Kodiak Oravez, and that'll bring up Jordan Taylor to the plate for the Reddies. Taylor hitting .308 on the season. First pitch in for a called strike. Another fly ball to left field, and there's 2 away. Joseph Gary steps in now for the Reddies. Hunter Mayall goes down. He'll steal second easily. Pitch called strike as we still getting set up here. A 1 count to Gary. here at Clyde Berry Field, Henderson State and East Central Oklahoma. And second of 3 games this week, a doubleheader scheduled for today. Henderson State went down quietly in the first, walked to Hunter Mail. He stole second, but no damage being done as we move to the bottom of the first inning. Due up for East Central, Riley Roberts, Trevor Huey, and Chris Moulter. For Henderson State, defensively, Hunter Mail at first base, A.J. Krusel at second, Matt Evans at short, Jordan Taylor, the third baseman, Alan Hall in left field, Darius Hawkins in center field, Joseph Gary in right, Hayden Lessenberry behind the plate doing the catching duties, and on the mound with Chris Hunt with a record of 0-2, 4.91 ERA. It's his 7th start, 36 2/3 innings. He leads the team with strikeouts with 33 and he's walked 7, but just has not been able to scratch for a win. He's been had some bad luck, and he's looking for his first win of the season. He'll face Riley Roberts, a .282 hitter for East Central. And the first pitch to Roberts in there for a called strike. Roberts was 0 for 3 yesterday in that series in that first game with the Reddies. Next pitch, just a bit outside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 in there for a call, strike 2. Lynn Berry, the plate umpire. Brad Clark on the bases. The 1-2. Shot to the third baseman, Jordan Taylor. He's up with it over to first. Little scoop, but could not hold on to it. It's Hunter Mail, and an error for Jordan Taylor. And the Reddies commit their first error of the day, and East Central has the leadoff runner on base. It brings up Trevor Huey, hitting .234 on the season. A double and a home run with 4 RBIs. He was 1 for 2 yesterday. Had one of East Central's 2 hits on the afternoon. So an error for the Reddies. And the first pitch, he squares the bunt, and he misses for strike 1. Reddies with their red tops and white pants. East Central in their orange tops and white pants. Getting his lead at first base is Roberts, and he'll be chased back into the bag by Chris Hunt. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Again, another square to bunt. He bunts it foul, and it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. We play here in the bottom half of the first inning. Again, Henderson State's the visiting team this weekend for this series, since it was originally scheduled for Ada, Oklahoma, and it was moved here due to weather. East Central was designated the home team, and they remain the home team even though we're playing here on the campus of Henderson State. Chris Hunt's 0-2 pitch. High for ball 1, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So 1-2 count to the East Tiger third baseman. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That'll bring up Chris Moeller, hitting .204 on the season. Has a home run and 4 RBIs. Moulter was 0 for 2 yesterday. Again, they tried to go to first base. Roberts back in plenty of time. There goes the runner. Throw down the second to Lessenberry, and And the runner is in there with the stolen base. So strike on the first pitch. So now runner at second base with one away. 0-1 count to the batter, Chris Moulter. There's a chopper to the third baseman, JT. He'll have to charge it. He'll throw to first. And he's not in time, and it'll be an infield single. But the runner didn't go anywhere, so runner's on first and second with one away. It's a slow chopper, and Moulter beat it out, so an infield single for East Central. And that'll bring up, for the Tigers, Caleb Matthews. Hitting .208 on the season. Has a home run, pair of RBIs, or 9 RBIs, pair of doubles. And Hunt's first offering, swung on, popped up, foul territory. Jordan Taylor comes over. Hayden Lessenberry comes over. Jordan Taylor will make the catch for the second out. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Jake McKeel. Top hitter on this East Tiger team, or East Central team. .361 average. Pair of home runs, pair of doubles, and team best 13 RBIs. Runner on second. First pitch in there for a strike is Roberts. Chris Moulter standing at first with 2 away. Bottom of the first inning, no score. East Central threatening. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that'll be a base hit, and that'll score a run. Rounding third and headed for home is Roberts. Going to third is Moulter, and East Central's on the board first. So an unearned run here in the first inning. And that'll bring up JT Stevenson, the catcher. Hitting .214 on the season with 1 home run and 8 RBIs. So runners on the corners with 2 away here in the bottom half of the first inning. This is a 9-inning game. Here's the pitch. Swung, foul ball behind us. 0-1. So East Central scores an unearned run here in the first inning. They're trying to tack on a couple more. The 0-1 away, and it's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 away. Runners on the corners. JT Stevenson at the plate. Hunt's 1-1 offering. In there for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunt checks the runner at first. Now he'll kick and fire. Foul back. And it's count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2. Again, Hunt being particularly careful. Wants to get out of the inning with any more runs being. And here's the pitch. Fouled off the leg, and the batter, Stevenson, looks hurt. He's down in the box. He's slow to get up. He's limping. As the fouled it off his ankle. He went down hard, so he's walking it off. East Central scores a run here in the first as Roberts reached on an error and would later score on a McKeel single. East Central with 2 hits there in the inning, a infield single and then a shot to left field by McKeel. Yesterday the Reddies jumped out quickly with 3 runs in the first. Got a run in the second, 3 more in the third, 4 in the fourth. Didn't score in the fifth, but East Central had their lone run, which was a home run. Then the Reddies added 4 more runs in the sixth and another run in the seventh to win 16-1 in a run rule game. Team winning by 10 runs after 7 innings. They called the game, and the Reddies had a season high runs and hits in that game. 16 runs on 15 hits. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now we're ready to go. And Stevenson stepped back in. Hunt now. He delivers. And there's a shot to left field. Hall's got to come over and get it. And looks like he will. And he'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. So 1 run on 2 hits. There was 1 error and 2 left on base. We've played 1. East Central 1. Henderson State 0. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. A.J. Cruzel steps in for the race, takes the first 2 pitches for a strike. Next pitch high for ball 1, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Grounded to second baseman Casey Kinney, up with the play for the first out of the inning. Brings up Jake Gall, the designated hitter for the Reddies, hitting .314 on the season. First pitch to Gall in for a called strike. Next pitch also strikes, so Britt being very effective here. Staying in the strike zone, getting ahead of the hitters for East Central. So 0-2 to Gall. Here's the pitch. Low in the turf, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gall, 11 hits this season, hitting .314, yet to get an extra base hit. That's 3 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Call strike 3 on the inside corner. So Hayden Lessenberry steps in with 2 outs. Lessenberry hitting .226 on the season after going 2 for 3 yesterday. Takes the first pitch in for a called strike. Next pitch to Listenberry, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2, and Britt working well, very effective. 6.21 ERA coming in. He's struck out now 18 batters and walked 10. Opponents were hitting 304 off of him coming in. Here's the 0-2. Outside for ball one. He's given up 4 home runs on the season. And now the pitch. Outside, and his ball 2-2 to Lessenberry. Next pitch outside, and it's 3-2. Doubleheader today on tap. Tomorrow night, Reddie's play their 4th game in 3 days as they go to Arkansas Tech for a non-conference game. Here's a payoff pitch. Shot right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit. The Reddies with their first hit of the game as Lessenberry drives it right back up the middle. And that'll bring up Tadarius Hawkins. Hawkins was hitless yesterday, 0 for 1, but he walked twice and scored a run. So the Reddies with a runner on first and 2 away. Tadarius Hawkins, the left-handed hitter from Commerce, Texas, the senior for the Reddies, actually a graduate student. He takes the first pitch for a ball. He should reach Matt Evans. Let's step to the plate. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, fly ball to left field. Going back on it, Ravez, and he should make the catch, and he does. And that'll do it for the Reddies. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They leave a runner stranded. Move to the bottom of the second. East Central 1, Henderson State 0. Take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network.
Ready to get no run off 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base.
Bunch of juniors. I wonder when. It's been all JC transfers. Move to the bottom of the second inning. The Reddies trail 1-0. A report from D. Whitefield, the completion of yesterday's suspended game. Henderson State wins 3-0. So they're 1-1 on the series with East Central, and now they'll play today's scheduled doubleheader. Yesterday's game was suspended in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Reddies had already scored a run. We're up 2-0 with nobody out and runners on the corners, and they added another run in the bottom of the 6th and then held East Central scoreless in the top of the 7th to win that one 3-0. And they'll get ready to play their scheduled doubleheader here momentarily. Trey Mound will step to the plate for East Central. Mound hitting 167 on the season. He came in and he takes a shot deep to left field, going back on its haul, going back, and it is off the wall. Hits the base of the wall. Mound's around in second, but he'll hold up there, and a double to lead off the inning for East Central. Kind of similar to yesterday's game for Henderson State. They scored in the first inning. First runner reached on there, and then they scored a run in the second inning. Lead-off double. Went on to score another run. East Central trying to turn the tables. And now we're back to Kodiak Aravez, the 8-hole hitter in the lineup, hitting 184. That was Mound's 3rd double of the season, and he lays down a bunt. Nice bunt, fielded by Hunt, and will move the runner over. And there are 2 away after the sacrifice bunt. Or 1 away after sacrifice bunt by Aravez with the runner on third base. Now the second baseman, Casey Kinney, steps in. 161 on the season. 10 hits, 4 RBIs. He has one out there. Just wants to put something in play and score another run for East Central. Hunt trying to stay ahead, and he does with the first pitch strike. Kinney has been at the bat 62 times. He's struck out 12, walked twice. Here's the 0-1. Chopper to the third baseman. Nice backhand by Taylor. He'll go across the horn with it. Makes the play. The runner can't go anywhere. And there's quickly 2 away. Great play, backhand play by Jordan Taylor. The runner at third mound started to go off the bag and had to quickly dive back into third. Taylor almost put the tag on him, but knew he couldn't get it and quickly went over the first across the horn to get the second out. And now we're back to the top of the lineup with Riley Roberts up. Roberts reached on the air to begin the game. And here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. So the Reddies would like to get out of this without Mound crossing the plate, and the leadoff double would go for naught. So here comes the 0-1 from Hunt, working quickly. Next pitch just a bit outside, and it's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the pitch. Fly ball, fouled down the left field side, and it's no balls, 1 strike. Or no balls, 2 strikes. Reddie's trail 1-0. We're in the bottom of the second inning. East Central Tigers have a runner on third with 2 away, trying to plate that run. Here's the pitch. Again to the left field, fighting it off. Foul out play, so it stays 1-2. Beautiful day here after a rough evening yesterday here in the Clark County area and most of Arkansas. Temperature's supposed to reach in the high 70s. Here's the 1-2 from Hunt. Right back up the middle. Will they have a play? No, they won't, and runner will score. Just a slow dribbler. Hunt tried to backhand it, could not get it. And it hit off the rubber and slowed down, and Mound will easily score. And it's 2-0 East Central. And that brings up Trevor Huey. He struck out his first time up. He said yesterday the Reddie should have saved some of those runs for the rest of the weekend. And it looks that way today as East Central. There goes the runner. There's the throw down to second base, and they got him. Nice throw and a caught stealing Roberts, but 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We move to the top of the third inning. East Central leads it by a score of 2-0. We'll take a timeout and come back with more of Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. So cool. It's cool down.
What about this week? Is it during the week though? It's supposed to be more? Or it's just
Cool down during the weekend. Move to the top of the third inning. The Reddies trail this one by a score of 2-0. And Matt Evans will step to the plate for the first time today. Evans now hitting .215 after a 2-for-4 performance yesterday with a pair of doubles and 5 RBIs. Let's see if he can continue it here today. First pitch outside for ball 1. Next pitch in there for a call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Britt, one thing he has done so far today is stayed ahead of the hitters. Tigers getting a run in the first and the second, give him a little bit of confidence. The next pitch is high for ball 2, 2-1. Reddies need to put some hits together. Here's the 2-1. There's a chopper to the right side to the first baseman. That's Caleb Matthews. He'll flip it over to the pitcher Britt, and he makes the play. So one away, and that'll bring up Hunter Mayall. Walked in his first inning.
Hunter Mayall.
Mayall walked in the first inning, and he takes the first pitch. Called strike. Reaching base for the 14th consecutive game. Next pitch outside for ball, 1 strike. Pitch called strike 2, 1 2 strikes. Now the 1-2. Down the left field side will stay in play. No, it'll go out of play, and the count will remain 1 2 strikes. So now the 1-2 to Hunter Mayall. Inside. I don't know what he called. He called foul tip, and it's going to go down as a strikeout. Well, now Coach Cody Hooten wants to talk with Lynn Berry, the plate umpire. Say, what did you call? I guess he said it must have nipped the bat. And it goes up, and the catcher caught it, so it's a foul ball into the tip, so 3rd strike. Something I've never seen before. Hunter Mayall didn't even take the bat off his shoulders. Well, that brings up the left fielder, Hunter Allen Hall, with 2 away. That was a strange situation. First pitch outside for ball 1 as Hall shows bunt. Here's the 1-0. In there for a called strike. 1 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. Low, and it's 2-1. Reddie's haven't really put anything together. 3-1 as a pitch inside. They've had a runner on both the first and second inning, but they both were stranded. 3-1 count to Allen Hall. Here's the pitch. Ball 4, and they walked him. So runner on each of the 3 innings, but have yet to score, and JT will step to the plate. Hitting .303, flew out the left field his first time up. So Hall getting a lead already first. They know he can run. 4 for 5 on the base pass so far this year. He takes the first pitch, JT does, for a strike. So 0-1 to Jordan Taylor. See if Hall decides to steal. Not as big of a lead. Now he has a foot on the green, and now the pitch. And there for a call, strike 2, little breaking ball, back door, got him for the second strike. Now Taylor's going to have to protect. Here's the pitch, way outside for ball 1, 1 2 strikes. Imagine Hall will probably break on this pitch, on the 1-2 pitch. And he does, a little chopper back to the pitcher, and make the play for the out. Now I don't know what the call is. They're calling catcher's interference, so the runner will. So everybody's safe. no, I'm sorry. You do put an error on the board. Yeah, it's an error. It's a catcher's interference error. So a catcher's interference call. So Reddies have runners on first and second with 2 away now. Trying to check and see what the conversation between Cody Hooten and the plate umpire Lynn Berry is. Because Alan Hall was breaking on the play. And he didn't call interference till after the play. So I don't know what the conversation is. But it'll bring up Joseph Gary with runners on first and second and 2 away. Gary, a strikeout victim, back in the first inning. Chance to redeem himself here with 2 away. So, a crazy inning here. Here's the pitch. And then it hits Gary. Now the bases are loaded with A.J. Krusel to the plate. A big opportunity for the Reddies with the bases loaded. 2 away. And Krusel steps in hitting .299. Grounded out the second, his first time up. Has a team best 6 doubles. Has a triple and 8 RBIs. But he has a bunch out there now. Bunch of ducks on the pond, as they say. And it's now Kyle Britt, the Tiger pitcher. Steps to the rubber and looks in to the left-handed hitter A.J. Krusel, the senior from Cincinnati, Ohio. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled out of play, and a count 0-1. So the bases full of Reddies. Gary at first, Taylor at second, and Alan Hall at third. With 2 away. And the Reddies trailing 2-0, and there's a shot to the second baseman. He backhands it and makes the play. And boy, a great play by the second baseman, Casey Kinney, as he just did get Gary at second for the final out. So no runs, no hits, 1 error, 3 left on base. We move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Henderson State trails 2-0. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the 3rd inning, Trevor Huey steps in. First pitch to Huey from Hunt in there for a called strike. Huey was at the plate when Roberts was thrown out. Back in the 2nd inning trying to steal second. Here's the pitch. Foul back and it's 0-2. Huey a strikeout victim back in the 1st inning. Now 0-2 count. And the pitch. Outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Reddies trail 2-0. They are the visiting team. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball low, and it's 2-2. The 2-2. Ground ball to the second baseman, A.J. Cruzel. He up with it, over the first, one away. That brings up Chris Moulter. Moulter now hitting .220 after the base hit in the first inning. There's the first pitch from Hunt. Inside for ball one. Now the 1-0. Chopper to the shortstop Evans. He's up with it. Over to first, 2 away. Brings up Caleb Matthews. He flew out, fouled third base side for the back in the first inning. Two away as we play in the bottom of the third. Here's the first pitch to Matthews, in there for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. Beautiful afternoon here in Arkadelphia. Here at Clyde Berry Field. Here's the 0-1. Off-speed pitch on the corner for strike 2. So 0-2 count to Matthews. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fouled back. And the count remains no balls, 2 strikes. Hunt ready to deliver. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Low for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's the 1-2. Swung, fouled. So 1-2 count. Here's the 1-2. Swung on to the right side. Cruzel comes up with it over to first, and that'll do it. So 1-2-3 inning for East Central. We've played 3. East Central 2, Henderson State 0. Take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball here on the Henderson State Sports Network. It brings up Jake Gall to start the 4th inning for the Reddies. Gall struck out looking back in the 2nd inning. Hitting .306 for the Reddies. And the first pitch, half swing and a base hit to right field. Gall trying to go to second. Now he'll hold up, and the Reddies with the runner on to start things off here after just an easy swing just over the first baseman's head, Caleb Matthews. And the second hit of the game for Henderson State. Now they'll bring up Hayden Lessenberry, who had the first hit for the Reddies. A single back in the 2nd inning. So Lessenberry hitting .238. Trying to put some hits together here as the Reddies trail here in the fourth inning, 2-0. Britt looks in for a sign. Gall getting his lead. Here's the pitch, way outside for ball one, 1-0. It's a 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Inside corner for strike one. So 1-1 to Lessenberry. Gall gets his lead at first. Here's the pitch. Fouled back, and it's strike two. 1-2 strikes. So 1-2 count. Gall again with the lead. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a ground ball to the shortstop. This could be two. Over to second, back to first, double play. The 6-4-3 GDP, and quickly they're two away. Exactly what you didn't want. It's a ground ball double play. And now Darius Hawkins steps to the plate. The Reddies have had runners on base every inning, but unable to score a run. And Hawkins tries to lay down a bunt, again foul. Like we said, Reddy should have saved some of those runs for today from yesterday. Here's the pitch. Swung on, the chopper fouled right side. That's no balls, 2 strikes. So 0-2 count to Darius Hawkins. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, dead center field. A couple steps back, those Roberts takes, and he makes the catch. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. We've played 3.5. Henderson State 0, East Central up 2. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Ready Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the fourth inning as East Central leads it by a score of 2-0. Stepping to the plate, Jake McKeel singled his first time up, drove in the first run of the ball game. Here's the first pitch from Hunt, inside for ball 1. Top hitter on the team and fouls this one back. 1-1. Keel 2 doubles and 2 home runs, 14 RBIs on the year. Hitting .378 at the moment. Here's the 1-1. Called, strike 2 on the inside corner. Hunt now has a sign. Now the 1-2 from the big right-hander. Low for ball 2, 2-2. Lessenberry froze it for a minute and was waiting for the call and didn't get it. Here's a 2-2. Sets up on the outside corner. Breaking ball. Foul into the Reddie dugout. Two count as we play in the bottom of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. Foul back. Count remains 2-2. Here's a 2-2 delivery. Swung on, foul back, and we'll do it again. So Reddie's trailing 2-0. They are the visiting team here. As East Central scored an unearned run in the 1st and then another run in the 2nd. The Reddies have had runners on base every inning but is unable to play the run. Left the bases loaded back in the 3rd. One thing Henderson State has done quite a bit this year. Here's a 2-2 way outside, and the count's now full. So 0-2 count to McKeel. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, struck him. So another strikeout. The second strikeout for the game for Chris Hunt. And that brings up J.T. Stevenson, who flew out the left his first time up. Had an 0-2 count on Stevenson. He worked it full, and then on McKeel, worked it full, and he came back and got him. And now Stevenson will take the first pitch for a strike. The 0-1. There's a shot to left field, and Hall will make the catch for the second out. Trey Mound will come in as a double, leadoff double in the 2nd inning, and scored on a Roberts single. So 2 away here in the 4th inning. The pitch in there for a called strike. Here's the 0-1. Deep fly ball to left. Hall's got to get on his horse. Back, and it is gone. Trey Mound turned on one, and he is 2 for 2 on the day, a double and a home run. Mound's first home run of the year. And he picks up his first RBI of the year. Only his 8th hit this season. So Kodiak Araves steps to the plate. The left fielder. Araves sacrifice bunt back to the pitcher in the 2nd inning. He turns on one. Mayall with the pickup. Touches first, and that'll do it. But not before. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. We've played 4, East Central 3, Henderson State 0. Take a timeout. You're listening to Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. So Matt Evans steps to the plate for the Reddies. Grounded out the first, his first time up. First pitch to the second baseman. Ground ball. Keeps Kenny up with it. One pitch, one out. Hunter Mayall comes to the plate. Walk and a strikeout so far in this one. The Reddies just 2 hits in the contest after having 15 yesterday in 7 innings. First pitch to Mayall on the outside corner for strike 1. Pitch low, 1-1. The 1-1 to Mayall, high, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 outside, 3-1 to Mayall. On deck is Allen Hall. Here's the 3-1. Fly ball to right field. Trey Mound, and he'll make the catch. I'll bring up the left fielder, Allen Hall. Hall, the ready left fielder, walked, flew out the left his first time up. Squares the bunt, then pulls back, and the pitch is low for ball 1. The 1-0. Chop right back up the middle, backhanded by the second baseman Kenny, and he can't get it. And he'll misplay it, and it'll go down as an error. Should have had it. And brings up Jordan Taylor. It's JT. 0 for 2. Reached on a catcher's interference in the third. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Britt. Again, Reddie's a base runner on in every inning, but have yet to be able to score a run. Oh, 1 count on Taylor. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. There's a shot to right field. Going back on it is the right fielder, Mound. And he makes the catch. Dives for it, hits the wall, and makes the catch. And you talk about a guy that's having a day and a weekend is Trey Mound. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. We move to the bottom of the 5th inning. East Central leads it by a score 3-0. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the 5th inning, East Central comes to the plate, leading 3-0. Due up is Casey Kinney. Then we'll go back to the top of the lineup with Riley Roberts and Trevor Huey. Kinney grounded out the third his first time up. Squares the bunt and it's a ball. Next pitch. Also a ball. Oh, 2 balls, no strikes, and now 3-0. Now Hunt having problems finding the strike zone now. Three-0 count to Casey Kinney. Here's the pitch. Called strike one. Three balls, 1 strike, and now the 3-1 pitch. Called strike 2 on the inside corner. Looks like Kenny's just staying up there looking to walk. Here's the 3-2 payoff. Ground ball to second base. That's A.J. Cruzel. He's up with it for the out. So good job to work himself back after a 3-0 count. And we're back to the top of the lineup with Roberts, who's 1 for 2. He's reached on the air and singled. It's one thing for Chris Hunt, just not getting the run support that he needs. Been the trouble for him all year. You'll get behind and just no run support. Here's a shot to right center field. That'll go for extra bases. Going back on it is Gall. He'll get it. He'll throw it in. Or actually, as a Gary, he'll throw it in, and a stand-up double for Roberts. Sixth hit of the game for East Central. And that'll bring up Trevor Huey. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Roberts now 2 for 3 with reach base all 3 times, an error, a single, and a double. First pitch high for ball 1. So no balls, or 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch, swung on and missed for strike 1. So 1-1 count. A pitch, a deep foul ball. 1-2. So 1-2 count. Hunt's pitch. Breaking ball, foul back. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the 1-2. Shot to left field. That'll go in for extra bases and score another run. He took something off of it, and Huey just waited on it and drilled it to left field. And East Central's now up 4-0. Bring up Chris Moulter. He's 1 for 2 with a single. 7 hits this afternoon for East Central. The Tigers are getting runners on base and scoring. Reddie's having problems doing that right now. Now Coach Hooten wants to come out and talk to Chris Hunt. Chris Hunt was ahead of the hitter, and he just took something off it and let it hang, and they just turned on it and drilled it to left field. So, some action in the Reddie bullpen as Hooten comes to talk to Hunt. And 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for ECU, 0, 2, and 1 for the Reddies. And now our home plate umpire will break up the conversation. Of the 7 hits, 4 have been for extra bases, 3 doubles and a home run for East Central. This is a Tiger team that came in hitting .231. And but you wouldn't think that once you see them today, as they're hitting everything. So runner on second, 1 out here as we play in the bottom of the 5th inning. Can't let them score anymore. You got a shot right to the shortstop, Evans, and quickly back into second is Huey on the line drive. So now there's 2 away. Caleb Matthews will step in. He's 0 for 2. So East Central has scored a run in every inning except the 3rd as we play here in the 5th. Chris Hunt checks the runner back at second as Huey. Now he'll kick and deliver for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0. Foul back, and it's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Matthews. The kick and fire. Swung on a miss on the high heat, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Action in the Reddie bullpen. Looks like Chris Pretty warming up for the Reddies. And the pitch. Shot to the first baseman, Hunter Mayo. He scoops it and goes to touch his bag at first, and that'll do it. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. We move to the 6th. East Central leads it by a score of 4-0. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Top of the 6th inning, the Reddies have Gary, Cruzel, and Gall up, and they need to get some run production in a hurry as they trail by a score of 4-0. Gary 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. Hitting 188 on the season. He takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Gary with 2 doubles on the season. Pair of RBIs. He's been injured quite a bit of the season. And here's a ground ball to the shortstop. It's Chris Moulter over to first, and he threw it away. So the Reddies get a break to start this one as an error by the shortstop. Now it's time to make it hurt and get something going as A.J. Cruzel steps in. Cruzel hitting 295. Grounded out and hit into the fielder's choice. So he's looking for his first hit of the game. 1 for 3 yesterday with a run scored and an RBI. First pitch, fly ball to left field. And 1 away. Brings up the designated hitter, Jake Gall. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Now batting for the Rays, number 5, the designated hitter, Jake Gall.
And Jake Gall steps to the plate with the runner at first, Joseph Gary. He squares the bunt, pulls it back, but it's a called strike on the outside corner. On deck is Hayden Lessenberry. Reddies with 2 hits this afternoon. Pitch way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gary gets his lead. There he goes. It was a hit and run. He fouls it back. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reddies trail 4-0 as we play in the 6th inning. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gall. The pitch. Swung on. One shot cannot make the play. Will it be a double play? Yes, he did. He recovered nicely, did Casey Kinney on the line shot, and then flipped it to short and back to first for the double play. So in the inning for the Reddies, no runs, no hits. There was 1 error and nobody left on base. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning. East Central leads it by a score of 4-0. Take a timeout here on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the 6th we go, with East Central leading by a score of 4-0. as Jake McKeel steps to the plate. First pitch to McKeel, fly ball to center field. Hawkins has to come in on it. Now actually it's going to stay in the infield as that wind got it, pulled it in, and it's to the shortstop. And there's one away.
Now back to the Tigers, number 16, catcher, J.T. Stevenson.
So J.T. Stevenson steps to the plate, 0 for 2 with a couple fly balls. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Next pitch hits him. So, one out and runner on first, and the guy that's done everything today, Trey Mound, steps to the plate. A double, a home run, a huge play in right field to rob the Reddies of a run and extra base for JT, and he comes to the plate. He entered the game hitting 167. He had 6 hits and 2 doubles, no RBIs. He has another double and a home run today and an RBI. And he's got a chance to do some more damage. And the first pitch is low and away for ball 1. Now Mound, he didn't have an at-bat yesterday. He came in a defensive role. So making the most of his opportunity here. Fly ball to right field. Gary goes to the left, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So finally retired Mound. That'll bring up Kodiak Aravez. Aravez sacrifice bunt and grounded out to first. And they'll chase Stevenson back into the bag at first. So Hunt will kick and fire. Pitch low for ball 1. Pitch in there for a strike. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Hunt looking back the runner. And the pitch, fly ball, center field. Hawkins should get it. Camps under it, makes the play, and they're out of the inning. So, for East Central, and the 6, no runs, no hits, no errors, they leave a runner stranded. We move to the 7th. East Central leads it by a score of 4-0. We'll take a timeout, come back with more of Reddie Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Lessenberry, Hawkins, and Evans due up here in the top half of the 7th inning as the Reddies trail by a score of 4-0. Lessenberry 1 for 2, a single and grounded into a double play. He'll start things off in the 7th as the Reddies needing some runs. First pitch inside for ball 1. So 1-0 to Lessenberry. Here's the pitch. Popped up, foul, out of play, and it's now 1-1. So 1-1 count. A shot to right field. Will it fall? Yes, it will. Base hit for Hayden Lessenberry. So the third hit of the game for Henderson State, the second for Lessenberry. Now we'll bring up the center fielder, Darius Hawkins, who is hitless in this series. He's walked a couple of times. He's looking for his first hit of the series. So the Reddies leadoff runner on base here in the 7th inning. Need to put up a big crooked number to get back in this one. And the first pitch to Hawkins, he squares the bunt and pulls back, and it's high for ball 1. Lessenberry on first with the single. Hawk again squares the bunt. Inside, ball 2. So 2-0 to Hawkins. Count. He's going to swing away, and the pitch is inside, and it's 3-0. We'll see if Hawkins can reach for the first time here with a walk. Let's get on base. Start something here for the Reddies. Here's the 3-0. Inside, he walked him on 4 straight. So that'll bring up Matt Evans. Matt Evans grounded out both times. And now, Coach Rosado wants to take a little trip to the mound to talk to his pitcher, Kyle Britt, who's pitched well in this one. He came in with a 6.21 ERA and 29 innings of work. The opponent's hitting no 304, but he's shut down the Reddies today. But now running into just a little bit of a problem. Lessenberry singled and Hawkins reached on a walk. With Evans at the plate, odds are you're going to see him try to bunt and get runners to second and third. Got to cut into that lead somehow as we play here in the top of the 7th with Reddies trailing 4-0. Trying to put together a big inning for Henderson State. Love to see Evans get his 3rd double of the weekend right here. Be huge. So he'll step in, the senior from Cabot. And we'll see what his plans are as they're in on the corners. Back at double play depth at second and short. Expecting Evans to bunt. Britt's first offering. Yes, he squares the bunt, and it's high for ball 1. So that's 5 straight balls. So 1-0 count. There's the pitch. In there for a called strike. As Evans squared the bunt again. I was waiting for the strike call. So now let's see what he does here. Squares the bunt. Puts it down the third base line. And that is going to be a base hit. Infield single already. He's had the bases loaded on the bunt single. Perfectly executed by Matt Evans. Right there between third and the pitcher in the no man's land. And the Reddies have something going here, threatening with nobody out here in the 7th inning. Trailing 4-0, and they need something big to happen. as Hunter Mail will step to the plate. Back to the top of the lineup for Henderson State. Hunter Mail double would be huge here. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that'll go in for a base hit. One run will score. Will they try to score two? Here comes Hawkins. He will score. Runner will go to third. The Reddies have runners on the corners with nobody out and trailing 4-2 after the two-run single by Hunter Mail. Mail delivers exactly what the Reddies were looking for, and now the Reddies have cut into that deficit with Allen Hall stepping to the plate. The fifth hit of the game for Henderson State. It's 4-2 East Central. The tying run at first. Matt Evans stands at third, and Allen Hall steps to the plate, and I'm taking even money that he's going to bunt. So Britt looks, and he squares the bunt, and then he pulls back, and it's called strike one. JT is on deck. Ford 2, East Central leads it. Reddies have scored 2 in this inning. He tries the bunt and bunts it foul. Now he's down in the count 0-2. So now he's going to have to swing away. See if Hunter Mail breaks on the pitch. 0-2 count. Nobody out. Hall needs to put something in play. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So that brings up Jordan Taylor with one away. JT looking for his first hit of the game. He's 0 for 3. Regardless, you got to get something in the outfield to score you a run. Cut it to 1 here. JT can hit a fly ball to right field. Here's the pitch outside for ball 1. Joseph Gary on deck. Imagine we'll see Hunter Mail try to steal sometime. He's 1 for 1 this year. And the pitch swung on, fouled back, and that's 1 ball, 1 strike. Reddies haven't hit many home runs this year. Not a home run hitting team. Jordan Taylor has 2, and that's it. Everybody else has 1. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's going to be a right bobbled by the shortstop, and it'll be an error as the Reddies will score a run. The shortstop, Moulter, tried to hurry it. It came up on him. He bobbled it. Could not make the play. It'll go as an error, and the Reddies will have runners on first and second. You'll still get an RBI because he was coming anyway, and you can't assume a double play. It was a patented double play ball, but could not be handled by the shortstop, and the Reddies have cut it to 4-3 with 1 out and runners on first and second, and we're going to have a pitching change. So we'll take a quick timeout, come back with that pitching change. Your score, East Central 4, Henderson State 3, back after this timeout here on the Henderson State Sports Network. Now pitching for East Central as we play here in the top of the 7th, number 19, Jake Wellington, a 6'3 junior from Ada, Oklahoma. He comes in and replaced from starting pitcher Kyle Britt, who's given up 3 runs here in the 7th inning, and he's responsible for the 2 out there. There's 1 away here as we play. Joseph Gary to the plate looking for his first hit of the afternoon. He has struck out, hit by pitch, and reached on air. And the Reddies have runners on first and second. They cut into this deficit and trail 4-3 here in the top of the 7th inning. First pitch, outside corner to Gary for strike 1. A.J. Cruzel on deck for the Reddies. So the 0-1 to Gary. Swung on, fouled into the Reddie dugout, and it's 0-2. It's 0-2 count to Joseph Gary. Runner at first is Taylor. Second is Mail. The pitch way outside. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Try to get Gary chasing. See if he sets him up there again. The 1-2 outside, 2-2. 2-2 count on Gary. There's a shot. Just foul down the left field side. And the count remains 0-2. Wellington, his 7th appearance of the year. He's only 12 2/3 innings of work. He's given up 16 runs, 15 earned. Opponents are hitting .308 off of him. A 10.66 ERA. Ready's trying to add to that ERA. 2-2 count on Gary. Just fouled that last one. Here's the pitch. Outside and it's full. 3-2 count to Joseph Gary. Runners on first and second, 1 away. Got to protect the plate. Here's Wellington's pitch. Swung on, popped him up on the infield fly roll, so the batter will be out, and there's 2 away. And that'll bring up A.J. Cruzel to try to keep this inning alive. Cruzel 0 for 3 today. Overdue for a hit. He was 1 for 3 yesterday, so he's only 1 for 6 in the series. Here's the first pitch. Low for ball 1. Struggling just a bit at the plate here this weekend. Trying to get a base hit and tie this one up. Here's the 1-0. Check swing held up, but it's called strike anyway, so it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on down the right field side. It'll be right to the first baseman. He'll touch the bag, and that'll do it for Henderson State. But they do get 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 left on base. We move to the bottom of the 7th inning. East Central leads at 4-3. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the 7th inning. Casey Kinney will step to the plate. Then we're back to the top of the lineup for East Central. Kinney 0 for 2 today. Ground out both times. And the first pitch outside for ball 1. Some news from over at D. White Field after going into the bottom of the 5th. Henderson State leads it 2-1. There's a bunt attempt play at the got him. Hunt with a nice scoop over to first to Hunter Mayall. Gets a speedy Kinney for the first out. So the Reddies lead over there at D. White Field 2-1 as they play in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the first pitch to Roberts in there for a called strike. Roberts having a good day. He's 2 for 3 with a reached on air, a single, and a double. So he has 2 of East Central's 7 hits. 1-1 count. And the pitch. And that'll be a chopper to A.J. Cruzel over to first, and they got him. So they retire Roberts for the first time today, and they'll bring up Trevor Huey with 2 away. Play of action in the Reddie bullpen. Can imagine this will be it for Hunt. Huey with a double, strikeout, and ground out. That's an RBI on the afternoon. First pitch. Check swing, but yes, he went for strike 1. The 0-1 now. Low for ball 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to third baseman Jordan Taylor. He's up with it. Across the horn. 3 up, 3 down for East Central in the 7th after the Ready score 3. So we move to the 8th inning. East Central leads it 4-3. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Ready baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. So the designated hitter Jake Gall steps in for the Reddies. Hitting .316 on the season. First pitch in for a called strike. Gall struck out, singled, and lined into a double play. Next pitch. Swings and misses at strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes. Pitch high for ball 1, 1, and 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Foul, back out of play, and it's 1 and 2 still. So 1-2 to Gall. Trying to get on base here. Outside, it's 2-2. As we play in the top of the 8th, Reddie scored 3 in the 7th to cut into that deficit, but they still trail 4-3. 2-2 to Gall. High, and it's 3-2. 3-2 count to Jake Gall. The pitch. Way outside, and they walked him. So tying run is on base here to start the 8th inning for the Reddies, and Hayden Lessenberry comes to the plate. Lessenberry with a couple of hits today. And now we'll have a pinch runner for Gall at first base. And that'll be Alex Morgan will pinch run.
Number 8, Alex Morgan.
So tying run at first. Lessenberry to the plate. He's going to be playing small ball, trying to get that tying run around as we play in the 8th inning. Let's see if Lessenberry, what he does here, and see if Morgan will break. Here's the first pitch. High for ball 1, and it's 1-0. So Wellington having problems right now finding the strike zone. Here's the 1-0. In for a strike right down the middle. See if they give green light now. I think Lessenberry was waiting for the first strike. One pitch. This might be one that Alex Morgan decides to go. The signal's been given. And Wellington doesn't like the lead, so he steps off the back of the rubber. Again, Morgan, foot just touching the green. They pitch out, and it's 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. There goes the runner, a fly ball to right field, and Amo's going to have to go back as a pop-up fly ball to right field for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Tadarius Hawkins.
Now batting for the Reddie, number 7, center fielder, Darius Hawkins.
So Hawkins walked his last time up. Still looking for his first hit in the series. Infield playing a little deep. He may try to bunt. Instead, he swings and misses, or swings and fouls it back for strike 1. He's popped up twice and walked. Here comes the 0-1 from Hawkins. In there for called strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes to Hawk. There, base hit to right field. Morgan will round second. He'll head to third easily. Hawkins will have a single, and the Reddies have runners on the corners with 1 away. Good piece of hitting. Morgan broke on it, and he's standing on third. The tying run just 90 feet away on the base hit for Hawkins, his first of the series. That'll bring up Matt Evans, who singled his last time up. He had a bunt single. See what he does here. Reddies have the tying run 90 feet away, one away. So you do anything to plate that run. First pitch to Evans. Check swing, and yes, he did. He went strike 1. So 0-1 count to Evans. Squares the bunt high, and it's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike Runners on the corners with one away here in the 8th. Now the pitch. He bunts at it and he fouls it for a strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. It wasn't a good pitch. It was high and inside, and he was left in no man's land. So now it's 1-2, and he's got to put the ball in play here. Here's the 1-2. Sets way up outside. It's a wild pitch. Morgan's going to try to score, and he does. And Hawkins will go all the way to second. So the wild pitch has tied this ball game. And now the go-ahead runs at second base. 2-2 count on Matt Evans. And now we'll have a visit to the mound. Nope. He'll wait. 2-2 count. Two count to Matt Evans with a go-ahead run at second base. The Reddies have fought back from a 4-0 deficit to tie this one up. So base hit. There goes Hawkins, but it's a fly ball in the infield. He's going to be caught on a double play as he broke on it. So a pop-up on the infield, and Hawkins could not get back in time. And the Reddies will get 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. The score's tied up now. We move to the bottom of the 8th, 4-4. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Reddies have tied this one up at 4 apiece, and Chris Hunt's still on the mound for the Reddies, and Chris Moulter will step in. Number 3 hole hitter in the lineup. He's 1 for 3 today. And the first pitch from Hunt. And it's going to end up going to right field, and it'll be a base hit. So now East Central with the first hit of the inning, the leadoff single, and all kinds of action in the Reddie bullpen, and now Matthews will step up. And Matthews 0 for 3. Odds are they're going to try to move Moulter to second on the bunt. Plenty of action in the Reddie bullpen, and they're going to leave Hunt out there for one more. Again, they try to bunt, and they will, and Hunt will pick it up, and the sacrifice bunt works. The runner moves to second base. So 1 away, and McKeel, top hitter on this team, comes to the plate hitting .359. McKeel singled. It's 1 for 3 today. Number 4 hole, or the 5-hole hitter in the lineup. Runner at second base, the go-ahead run, with 1 away for East Central. Hunt's first offering. Strike down the middle of the plate. So 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. There goes the runner, and the runner standing on third. on the wild pitch, 1-1. Still plenty of action in the bullpen, but nobody's made the move. So 1-1 count to McKeel, so anything will score. Moulter with the go-ahead run at third base. Infield comes in. And the pitch. Deep fly ball to left field, and that'll be fair. That's going to go over. It's a double. Ground rule double back. And East Central has tied this one. Or taking the lead. 5-4. And JT Stevenson will come to the plate. And Coach Cody Hooten will make the trip to the mound, and I think we'll be done with Chris Hunt for the day. As it's a slow walk, plenty of action in the bullpen. And that'll be it for the big right-hander. So we'll take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Well, the Reddies make a pitching change as Blake Patterson comes in. 2.61 ERA. 20 innings of work. He has struck out 24 batters. Opponent's hitting 254 off of him. And he'll face JT Stevens with East Central leading by a score of 5-4. Stevenson 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. Runner on second base is McKeel. And now we have a pinch runner for McKeel. Etheridge is coming in to pinch run. Let's see if Patterson can hold East Central and check the rest of the way. Here's the pitch. Called strike one. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball, foul out of play. Due up for the Ready. It's the top of the order. 1, 2, 3. If Patterson can hold East Central in check, see if the Reddies can get a couple runs in the ninth. Here's the 0-2 to Stevenson. High for ball one. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. High, and it's 2-2. 2-2 count. And the pitch. High, and it hits him. So now runners. Trey Mound, who's had a huge day, a double, a home run, comes to the plate with runners on first and second and one out. And Patterson's first offering, in for a strike. There's the 0-1. As he looks back, the runner at second now, he'll kick and fire, swung and missed for strike two. I've got a piece of it. So no balls, 2 strikes. 1 away here as we play in the bottom of the 8th inning. East Central has the 5-4 lead after the double by McKeel. Now the 0-2. Breaking ball. High fly ball deep to left field. Hauls back, and on the warning track he makes the catch. Well, Mound gave it a ride, but just short, and that's the second out. And that'll bring up Kodiak Araves. So 2 away. And runners on first and second. Patterson's first pitch. Inside for ball 1. Next pitch. Groundle. Foul ball. So 1-1 count. Patterson looks for his sign from Lessenberry. Now the 1-1 delivery. Outside corner for strike 2. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big pitch coming here for Patterson. Try to get out of it. Here's the pitch. Fly ball to center field. Hawk is there, and that should do it. East Central gets a run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. We move to the 9th. The Rays trail 5-4. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Well, Shea Edmonds will come on and try to shut the door on the Reddies. The East Central reliever, 2-2 on the year. Pitched a little bit yesterday. He has a 5.60 ERA. 27 innings of work. He struck out 16 batters. And he'll face the top of the lineup for the Reddies. Well, Mayall will start things off. Needing a base runner here. He singled his last time up, drove in a pair of runs. The first pitch. On the outside corner for strike one. Next pitch. Had to go after it. He fouled it off, and it's 0-2. It's down 0-2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. Swung on. Backhand by the first baseman. He'll flip it to the pitcher and just gets him. Brings up Alan Hall, who's hitless on the day. So Hall, looking for his first hit of the day. He tries to bunt and pull strike one. Next pitch on the outside corner for strike two. Here's the pitch, swung on. If it stays fair, and it's going to go down the baseline, and it'll be for extra bases, a double for Alan Hall. And the Reddies have the tying run at second base with Jordan Taylor up. They just stayed inside the line, and the Reddies have the tying run at second base with JT up. And JT looking for his first hit of the afternoon. Base hit would tie it up here. Here's the pitch. Low for ball one. So 1-0 to JT. Here's the pitch. Low for ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch inside 3-0. And Hall looked like he was going to go. He would have had it made easily. Now the catcher for East Central wants to talk to his pitcher. Stevenson goes out to the mound. 3-0 count. See if they give JT the green light here. There's the pitch. Low for ball 4. They walked him. Well, they didn't want to give anything for JT to hit, that's for sure. And that'll bring up Joseph Gary, who has struggled today. He's looking for his first hit, but we're going to have a pinch runner for Jordan Taylor. Byrish Hughes will come and run at first base for JT. So, the first pitch to Gary, outside and low for ball one. Looked like Hall was going to go again. Don't want to get thrown out of third. Getting a big lead off second base. There's a pitch, it's a deep fly ball to left field, but Rivera shouldn't be able to make the play, and he does, and there's 2 away. Now it's up to A.J. Cruzel, who was way overdue. 0 for 4.
Now that is ready to walk the second baseman, A.J. Cruzel.
Reddie's down to their final out here as we play in the top of the ninth, trailing 5 to 4. Runners on first and second. And the pitch. Called strike 1. Runner at first is Hughes, second is Hall. Here's the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Now the 1-1. 2-1. Boy, that was awful close to the balk. It looked like he flinched a bit. Awful close to a balk there. And he saw Hall break. It looked like he flinched toward the plate. There goes the runner. Down the third and not going to be in time. Yes, they got him. Ends the game on third base on the stolen base attempt. Didn't look like he was going to get him, but the throw was just perfect on line. And that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base for the Reddies. Your final score, East Central wins it by a score of 5 to 4. 5 runs, 9 hits, 4 errors for the Tigers. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Reddies. We'll take a timeout. Next game begins about 2:30. About 2:30 start. We'll come back with our final game of the series at 2:30. You're listening to Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Back here ready to start our final game of this 3-game Great American Conference Series. The rubber match, if you will. Hunter Mayall will start things off for the Reddies. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Next pitch high for ball 1. We'll get you the lineups momentarily. Pitch in there for a strike. As Dylan Sanchez, the pitcher for Southeastern or East Central, on the mound 0-3, 6.0 ERA, 2-2 count on Hunter Mayall, and the 2-2 to the Reddie first baseman, low for ball 3. So full count, 3-2. Reddies lose the first game, 5-4. Here's the payoff. Shot foul down the right field line. Reddies will have Mayall at first, Hall at left. Batting third will be Jordan Taylor, playing third. In the 4-hole, Joseph Gary in right. Batting fifth will be A.J. Cruzel, the second baseman. In the 6-hole will be Hayden Lessenberry, the designated hitter. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on ground ball to the second baseman. That's Kenny, and there's one away. Batting seventh will be the center fielder Hawkins. Batting eighth, the shortstop Evans, and Turner Sparks will bat ninth for the Reddies. Alan Hall steps in, hitting .290 on the season. First pitch in there for a called strike. Next pitch, swung on and missed for strike 2. And the pitch. Low. For ball 1, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Next pitch, also a ball. And the payoff. Inside. Now it's the payoff pitch. Now we're full. And now the 3-2. High for ball 4. They walked him. So Alan Hall will receive the first base, the free pass, and that will bring up Jordan Taylor.
Taylor.
It's AT's first pitch called strike 1. Pitch, ball out of play, strike 2. Now the pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jordan Taylor. Here's the pitch. Swung on grounder foul. JT 0 for 3 in that first game. Had an RBI. Had a walk. Reddie's had 7 hits in that first game. Southeastern or East Central 9. All at first base. The pitch. Swung on deep fly ball left. Alvarez will go back. And Ravez makes the play for the first out, or second out. That brings up Joseph Gary, the right fielder for the Reddies. Gary hitting 171. 0 for 4 in the first game, was hit by a pitch and struck out. The pitch, inside corner for strike one. So 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. One count. Inside it's 2-1. So 2-1 count to Gary. There's the pitch. Swung on, fouled into the Reddie dugout. 2-2. With 2-2 pitch. High and it's full. Runner will be going on the pitch. Sanchez looks him back. Here's the payoff. There goes Hall. Inside. Oh, they called a break. Called strike. And that'll do it for the Reddies. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left. Move to the bottom of the first inning. No score. We'll take a timeout. Come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Bottom of the first inning, Riley Roberts steps to the plate for East Central, hitting .293 on the season. Roberts was 2 for 4 in the first game with a double, 2 runs scored, an RBI, had a stolen base. Fouls this pitch back, and it's 0-2. Zach Eschberger, the pitcher for the Reddies, 3-2 on the year, 3.67 ERA. Here's the pitch. Foul back, and we'll do it again. This is his 7th game started. 2 complete games, 34 and a third innings of work. Struck out 16, walked 6. Opponents hitting .259 off the freshman left-hander. Here's the 0-2. High and away for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. Fly ball to left field. Hall going back on it. Should make the catch. One away. Trevor Hugh steps in. 235 hitter. 1 for 4 in the last game. An RBI and a double. The pitch on the corner for strike 1. Here's the pitch. Outside, and there's 1-1. Next pitch is high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Check swing, called strike anyway. Here's the pitch, high. And the count is full now. And he walked him. So Hugh reaches on a walk. That'll bring up Chris Moulter. Moulter hitting .226. One of the few seniors on this team. 2 for 4 in the previous game with a run scored. And the pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. It's a 0-1 count. And they chase the runner back into first. One count to Moulter. Now Ishberger kicks and fires in for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2. Just a bit outside, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 count. Runner on first base is Hugh. Now the 1-2. Swung on and missed, struck him out. And there are 2 away here as we play in the bottom half of the first inning. No score. Brings up Jake McKeel, the first baseman, hitting .375 on the season. 3 doubles, 15 RBIs, pair of home runs. McKeel 2 for 4 in the previous game, 2 RBIs and a double. First pitch outside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. And they call time. There's the pitch, swung on, fouled back for strike 1. So pitch inside, and it's 2-1. And now the pitch. Foul back again. Two balls, two strikes, two away. Eschberger looks for a sign. Now the pitch outside, and the count is full. Popped him up foul. And the count remains full. The 3-2 payoff. Swung on a fly ball. It'll fall in for a base hit to left field. There'll be extra bases. And they'll score all the way for first base will be Trevor Hugh. And East Central's on the board on the RBI double by McKeel. Just like the first game, East Central starts off with the run in the first. De La Torre will step in for East Central. First pitch to him popped up. Fouled out of play. Swung on and missed for strike two. Here's the 0-2. Fouled out of play. We'll do it again. The 0-2 to De La Torre. High for ball one. One ball, two strikes. East Central leads it 1-0 here in the bottom half of the first inning. The pitch. High, and it's ball two. So 2-2 count. Eschberg's delivery. Call, strike three, got him. So in the inning, one run, one hit, no errors, one left. We've played one. East Central leads at 1-0. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Top half of the second, A.J. Cruzel, Hayden Lessenberry, Tadarius Hawkins do up for the Reddies as they trail by a score of 1-0. Can't wait here. This is only a 7-inning game. First pitch to Cruzel, low for ball 1. Reddies need to get ahead. The 1-0 to Cruzel. Inside, and it's 2-0. Cruzel, 287 hitter now. 0 for 4 in that first game, was at the plate. Chance to tie it when Allen Hall was thrown out trying to steal third. Here's the 2-0. In there for a called strike. Dylan Sanchez, the pitcher. Here's the pitch, 2-1. There's a shot, nice backhand by the second baseman, Casey Kinney, and he makes the great play to get Cruzel. At times, East Central's defense has been just stellar, and then at times they've thrown it away, but the Reddies have not really taken advantage of it. When they did commit the errors, now Hayden Lessenberry's up. It's a hard hit ball by Cruzel, just did not get through, and Lessenberry takes the first pitch for a ball. Next pitch in there for a strike. It's like East Central makes the tough plays, and a couple of the easier ones they struggle with. This pitch is a ground ball to the third baseman. That's Huey, and he'll throw it over to first, and he'll make the play as the first baseman, McKeel, had to scoop it out of the turf. And there's 2 away. Tadarius Hawkins at the plate for the Reddies. Hitting .273 on the season. Hawkins 1 for 3 in game 1. Here's the pitch. Low for ball 1. .371 on base percentage, .299 slugging percentage. And now the pitch, low. It's 2-0. Delivery. Low, and it's 3-0. Leads the league in stolen bases with 13, but hadn't had much of an opportunity this week. When he did get on base, bases were loaded or a runner in front of him. So here's the 3-0. Pulled back, and he walked him. So Matt Evans, the shortstop for Henderson State, will step to the plate. Evans 1 for 4 today, 2 for 4 yesterday with 2 doubles and 5 RBIs. Odds are you're going to see Hawk try to steal to get in scoring position with 2 away. First pitch is high for ball 1. And I'm sure pitcher Sanchez and Coach Rosado knows about the speed of Tadarius Hawkins. Pitch high for ball 2, 2-0. On deck for the Reddies is Turner Sparks. Catching this game. Making his 4th start for the Reddies. Here's the 2-0. Swung on, fouled out of play. And it's 2-1. Reddies will head to Arkansas Tech tomorrow night for a 6 o'clock tilt. And then a 3-game series at Arkansas Monticello. Here's a pitch. There's a chopper to the third baseman. That is Huey over to first, and that'll do it for the Reddies. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We move to the bottom of the second. 1-0 East Central. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. East Central leads it 1-0 after 2 innings of play. So East Central goes down in the bottom of the second inning. Now the Reddies will start things off in the top of the third, trailing 1-0. Turner Sparks will step in, the Reddie catcher. Another Reddie freshman. Takes the first pitch way outside for ball one. This is another freshman like Eschberger that has a promising future. From Whitehall, Arkansas. An all-conference player. And he hits one foul and out of play. Shot to the shortstop. Nice play over to first, and there's one away. So that'll bring up Hunter Mayall. First pitch to Mayall on the corner for a strike. Strike one, ball one to Hunter Mayall. Here's the 1-1. In there for call strike two. Mayall hitting .262. Here's the 1-2. Strong shot up the middle to the center fielder, Riley Roberts, and they'll make the play. So quickly 2 away, and that'll bring up Alan Hall. Hall's one of those guys that has speed. He can lay down the bunt. 75% of the time, he'll beat it out. He's just going to put it down. And the first pitch, he tries to lay down the bunt, and then it hits him as he couldn't get out of the way, and Jordan Taylor will step up. There's one guy that's overdue. We haven't seen a home run since the Arkansas Tech series. In that first game, when he hit a bomb, and we haven't seen much home runs since then. Matt Evans hit one against Tech. Had just cleared the left field fence. But since then, it's been kind of quiet for the Reddies. The Reddies don't play with a lot of power. More of a small ball team. But anybody could do it as Jordan Taylor, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball. You've got to think the Reddies need to get into this East Central bullpen after yesterday. But everything's been going the Tigers' way today. Next pitch on the outside corner. They've been making some great defensive plays right when the Reddies would hit a line shot, a hard-hit ball, and just make a great backhand play to end an inning or rob a Reddie of a hit, extra base hit. His next pitch is outside for ball two. One of them was with this guy. Hit it deep right field, And the right fielder, Trey Mound, who has had a remarkable game, 2 games here, as Jordan takes the next pitch for a strike, 2-2, catches it crashing into the wall in right field to rob the Reddies of some runs and an extra base hit for JT. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. That'll do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Move to the bottom of the 3rd. 1-0. East Central will take a timeout and come back with more Ready Baseball. Bottom of the 3rd inning, East Central comes to the plate. They'll have Roberts, Hugh, and Moulter up. And Roberts flew out to left field his first time up, hitting .289. And Eschberg's first offering. Now they try to lay down a bunt, and it's a nice bunt. Eschberg's got to hurry and not going to get there. And a base hit, an infield base hit, as Eschberger is coming off the right side of the mound and had to hurry, and nobody there to cover, and it was a perfectly executed bunt by Roberts for a infield single to start things off. So let's say if you can bunt and you can learn how to bunt and you've got speed, you can do a lot of damage. Let's say it's a lost art, especially at the high school ranks. It just doesn't seem to be taught much anymore. Eschberger now worried about Roberts at first. Roberts 1 of 4 on stolen base attempts this year. Another bunt, and Eschberger's going to have to hurry. They get the sacrifice bunt down, and they're playing small ball, and the runner goes to second base on a sacrifice bunt. Now Chris Moulter will step up, strikeout victim back in the 1st inning. It looks like the East Central definitely works on the bunting, as they have done a good job moving runners around. Here's the first pitch. Swung on a miss. That had a little bit of velocity on it. Eschberger came with a little extra there. Eschberger extra. Some nice scenery here at the ballpark. As the next pitch in there for a strike. Beautiful ballpark at Henderson State here at Clyde Berry Field. All the great renovations thanks to the administration here. President Glenn Jones, Vice President Bobby Jones, of course our Athletic Director Sean Jones, who's done a remarkable job in helping upgrade all of our facilities. Here's a pitch, 0-2, fouled off. Both baseball, softball, football, really making them some of the best facilities in Division II, if not this part of the country. And you make it attractable for recruits and people to come in to watch baseball and get on campus. And the 0-2 pitch swung on, and it'll be a base hit to left field. Hall's going to have to hurry. They're going to send him, and now they're holding him up, and now they have runners on the corners. Well, Hall got the ball in quickly, and Moulter could not score. And smart play by Evans to come over and cover the bag just in case. And Taylor at the baseball and held it. And now Coach Cody Hooten wants to come out and talk to his young freshman pitcher, as East Central has runners on the corner, and you can't let a lot of damage be done here, as it's only a 7-inning game. Like we said, if you're a Henderson alum or haven't been on this campus and see the upgrades in athletic facilities, you will be very impressed. The Ken Duke Golf Center, the framework and everything's done. A lot of work inside is being done, and that should be complete by August. I have a nice dedication of that. The softball field, the D. White softball field, is one of the best around now with its full synthetic surfaces, lights. Of course, next weekend, Henderson State will play Arkansas Monticello, and they'll start with a 6 o'clock doubleheader next Friday night. So, some night softball under the lights. Bring your lawn chair, picnic basket, enjoy a couple of softball games as the Cotton Blossoms and the Reddies play a doubleheader next Friday night, and then again on Saturday at 2 p.m. Turner Sparks calling the play now as the visit is broken up. First pitch from Eschberger to McKeel. High for ball one. Of course, upgrades around the football stadium, Carpenter Haygood Stadium, with the wrought iron fencing and the entranceway and all the new parking and lighted facility. The 1-0 outside for ball two. And Henderson, of course, rewarded as the Reddies be hosting the Conference Baseball Championships this year. Here's the 2-0. Swung on and missed for strike one. 2 balls, 1 strike. Of course, there'll be several other events being on campus now with all the new facility improvements. Eschberg's 2-1 pitch is outside for 3-1. A lot of summer baseball, summer softball, high school events, and so forth will take place here at Carpenter Haygood Stadium, or at Clydeberry Field and D. White Field. As he walks McKeel, now the bases are loaded, and now the Reddies are in a difficult situation here with only 1 out. They need a double play ball bad, and De La Torre comes up. Christian De La Torre struck out looking back in the first inning. An update from D. White Field. After 1 inning to play, Henderson State leads at 2-0 over the Tigers. They're playing East Central. There's the pitch. High for ball one. So East Central with the bases loaded here, and only 1 out. Eschberger now having a little bit of difficulties finding that strike zone until there. He gets a called strike. Next pitch swung on and missed for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big out right here with De La Torre. Love to get a double play ball here. Here's Eschberg's 1-2 offering. Swung on a foul, out of play. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded with 1-2. Outside, and it's 2-2. Nowhere to put him. This is a guy that hadn't played yet this series, and you really want to get him. Like to get him to ground into a double play before Mound steps up. Here's the 2-2. Popped him up, foul, out of play. We'll do it again. 2-2 count. Reddies have yet to score. Actually, they have yet to get a base hit in this one. Here's a 2-2. Swung on, all deep fly ball to left field. Going back on it is Hall. It'll be far enough to bring in a run. Now all the runners will tag. Nope, just the one the third. And that'll be Robertson. He'll tag up the sacrifice fly. That's doing your job. Getting the sacrifice fly when you need it to score a run. And that's what East Central's been doing today. And now they lead it 2-0. Reddie's digging themselves a hole here. Only a 7-inning game. They're going to have to get the offense going. They scored 16 runs yesterday, and we needed to bank about 7 or 8 of them for today. 2 outs, runners on first and second, and the first pitch to Trey Mound outside for ball 1. So the 1-0 from Eschberger. Outside for ball 2, 2-0. This is a series you really don't want to lose. You'd like to take this series. Here's the 2-0. In there for a called strike. The goal is, of course, you want to win every game, but you have to be realistic at times. You want to win. You just want to win the series. If you got a chance to sweep, it'd be great. Well, now the Reddies are just trying to win the series after losing a 1-run ball game in the previous game. Could not get the timely hit when they needed. Here's the 2-1. Popped him up on the infield and actually in foul territory. Hunter Mayo in front of the East Central, and he can't make the play. This swirling wind, it just could not get it, and it's now 2-2. Nobody's more disappointed in that than Hunter. He kind of circled around and played tricks on him, and he couldn't get to it. So now, new life for Trey Mound. 2-2 count, 2 away. McKeel on first, Mulder on second. East Central's already plated a run here in the third. They lead it 2-0. Of course, they are the home team since this series was supposed to be played in Ada. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. They struck him out. So after the bases loaded, they could only manage to get 1 run. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. We've played 3, East Central 2, Henderson State 0. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Joseph Gary comes to the plate for the Reddies here in the 4th inning, the strikeout victim. Reddies hitless in this one. Sanchez is keeping the Reddies off balance. Came in with a 6.00 ERA, and opponent's hitting .310, but he's held the Reddies in check. There's the 1-0. Swung on. There's the base hit to left field. And Gary with the first single of the day for Henderson State. That's Gary's first hit of the day. He's now 1 for 6 after going 0 for 4 in the opener. A.J. Cruzel steps to the plate, also looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 4 in the first game. 0 for 1 this game. Now, A.J. has hit the ball hard, and he has been robbed of some plays. As the second baseman, Casey Kinney, has played some great plays. And he's hit the ball hard on the ground. He's due to get one to get through. And now would be a great time with the Reddies trailing 2-0 as Cruzel takes the first pitch for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. There goes Gary. Base hit to right field. The hit and run. There goes Gary. He's trying to get to third. He's limping around the third. He'll get there, and the Reddies have runners on the corners. And Cruzel with his first hit of the afternoon, and just like that, Cruzel responds, and the Reddies have runners on the corners and designated hitter Hayden Lessenberry up. Grounded out his first time up. Lessenberry hitting .239 on the season. Only 3 extra base hits. He has 3 doubles, 8 RBIs. No home runs to his credit. And he takes the first pitch in there for a called strike. Lessenberry hitting .280 with runners in scoring position. So he needs to up that average a little bit here. Here's the pitch. Swung on foul. And now he's down on the count 0-2. Darius Hawkins on deck. Reddies really need to score a run here in this one. With runners on the corners and nobody out, you've got to get the job done. Got to respond. Something in the outfield, a fly ball, or a single, anything. Just get it out there. There it is. That'll score a run. A deep fly ball to center field. Hayden Lessenberry does the job as Gary will tag up and easily score, and the Reddies have cut the deficit to 2-1. That's what you do. Just get the job done. You have to sacrifice yourself sometimes for the benefit of the team. Doesn't matter if you're down a run or two. Just draw closer. And now that'll bring up to Darius Hawkins. Looking for a hit. He walked his first time up. Hawk walked twice in the previous game. He was 0 for 1. So he's walked 3 times today. And the first pitch is popped up out of play. Runner was going on the pitch, so A.J. Cruzel. Reddies just don't seem to be as aggressive as they were yesterday. So I need to get cranked up here. These last 3 or 4 innings. Like I say, this one's only a 7-inning affair. Here's the 0-1. Called strike 2, right on the outside part of the plate. So the 0-2 swung on, fouled, and the count remains 0-2. So 0-2 to Hawkins. Here's the pitch, swung on. There's a base hit to right field. It's a base hit to right field. Cruzel will round second and head to third, and the Reddies are runners on the corners again with 1 away. A chance to tie it up as Cruzel slid into second and thinking that the second baseman Kinney would get to it, and he almost did it. And then he got up and kept on going, so nice aggressive base runner by Cruzel, and Matt Evans is up to the plate for the Reddies. Chance to tie it up here in the top of the 4th inning. Reddies with 3 hits in this frame. See, and he's going to try to bunt, and he pops it up and bunts it foul in front of the East Central dugout. Not a very good bunt. Well, we'll go around the Great American Conference and try to get you some scores. Of course, we've established this scoreboard in the conference, but for some reason, schools aren't using it, so we're going to have to go to each school's independent website. Here's a fly ball on the infield. That's not going to score anybody. Pop up for the second out of the inning. And it's up to Turner Sparks, who grounded out. There goes a runner down to second base. He's there, and it gets away, and we'll have an easy score to tie it up as Krusel comes trotting home, and he was going on the throw. So we're going to give it a double steal. So the Reddies have tied it up at 2 with Sparks at the plate, Hawkins at second. Base hit would score him. Hawkins getting the lead. Here's the pitch. Little chopper, nubbler back to the pitcher, and that'll do it. So the Reddies get 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We move to the bottom of the 4th, all tied up at 2. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Move to the bottom of the 4th, J.T. Stevenson up to the bat, and he hits a deep fly ball, but not deep enough, and it'll be a fly ball out to the left fielder, Alan Hall. So Kodiak Aravez steps in with 1 away in the 4th. He tries to bunt and pulls it back. The next pitch is fouled. So 1 ball, 1 strikes. Pitch in there for a called strike. Now pitch swung on a miss for strike 3. Could not lay off the high heat. 6th strikeout by Eschberger. Casey Kenny steps in. First pitch in for a strike. Ashburger pitching, looks like he's pitching with a little bit more confidence. And as I say that, he gets a base hit by Kenny as Gary tried but could not come up with it, and Hawkins was there. So Riley Roberts steps in, hitting .299, signaled his last time up with 2 outs. Ashburger looks back to runner first. Now he'll kick and fire, strike 1. The 0-1 swung on, chopper foul. And it's an 0-2 count. So 0-2 count. And the pitch. There goes the runner to throw the second. Not in time. And Kenny has a stolen base. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swung and fouled it off, and Coach Umpire Brad Clark hit his hand, and hopefully our man behind the plate, Umpire Clark, will shake it off. Like we said yesterday, one of the better umpires in this great American Conference. Retired military man. Also referees college volleyball along with his wife. We see him at Henderson State quite a bit. Pitch, slow grounder. Ashburger gets it. He'll have to hurry over to first. Does get him. Nice tag. Good play. And that'll do it for East Central in the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner stranded. We move to the 5th inning. Tied up at 2. We'll take a timeout. Come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Top of the 5th inning, Hunter Mayall to lead things off. And he takes the first pitch for a strike. Next pitch, low for ball 1. Here's the next pitch to Mayo inside. Now the 2-1. Popped him up. Curving foul, and will it get out of play? It does. So out 2-2. Outside for ball 3. 3-2 to Hunter Mayall. And walked him. So Mayall reaches on the first walk to lead it off. Now Hall to try to move him over. We'll go around the Great American Conference here shortly and give you some updates on some scores and standings. Everybody playing in action except Arkansas, Monticello, and Southwest Oklahoma, as Hall bunts it foul. They decided just to cancel their entire series. I wonder why. They were both 6-3, tied for the conference league with Henderson, so they're going to stay there at 6-3 and not play that series. So two of the top two teams in the league decide not to play each other. Didn't want to wait till Sunday, Monday to try to get those games in while everybody else did. Here's the 0-1. He lays down a bunt, and it's going to go foul again. Southern Arkansas took 2 of 3 from Northwest Oklahoma. They won 13-1, then lost 4-0, and then won today 10-0. They are now 7-5 in the league. Northwest Oklahoma is 6-6. Pitch outside for ball 1. Harding beat Southern Nazarene yesterday 3-1, and then lost in a 13-inning affair in the first game 10-9. And they're playing their final game right as we speak. Here's the 1-2 to Allen Hall. The pitch outside for ball 2. Southeastern Oklahoma took 2 of 3 from OBU. They won 7-1 yesterday. Then Oklahoma and OBU won 6-5, and then Southeastern beat OBU 10-3. Southeastern is now 6-6. OBU 4-8. Here's a shot to right center field. Will it get down? No, hung up there too much and one away. Well, there's it. First out, and that means Jordan Taylor comes up. 0 for 2. 0 for 6 on the day. Arkansas Tech lost their first 2 games to Oklahoma Baptist, lost 5-2 and then 13-4. Playing game 3 right now, they lead it 3-2. Oklahoma Baptist, which does not eligible for the conference championship this year. They're now 7-4 in the league, and there's a shot, and there's a base hit for Jordan Taylor. So some positive news for him and gets him back on track. And that'll bring up Joseph Gary. Wow. Arkansas Tech is now 4-7 in the league. Gary comes to the plate. He singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. So right now you have Arkansas, Monticello, and Southwestern Oklahoma at 6-3 on top in the conference. If the Reddies should win this, then they would be there by percentage points. They would all have a 667 win-loss percentage. Pitch in there for a called strike to Gary. At 7-5 is Southern Arkansas. Then 6-6 you have Northwest Oklahoma, Southeastern Oklahoma. East Central is 5-6, so they're right there along with Harding. They're 5-6 with one more game being played. Here's a shot to right field to foul. Arkansas Tech is 4-7, depending on what they do in their final game with Oklahoma Baptist. Ouachita 4-8. Southern Nazarene, like we say, playing Harding. They're 3-8 down at the bottom. So it's still a tight race. A lot of baseball to play. Here's a pitch high, and 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gary. With 1 out and runners on first and second. Really need a hit here. Try to get something. Try to give the Reddies the lead. Here's the pitch. There's a little looper over the second baseman. Will it get over the shortstop? No. So 2 away. Ready to get runners on. Now they got to play them. A.J. Cruzel comes to the plate. See if Cruzel can get something. Singled his last time up. Needs to follow it up with back-to-back hits here. Mayo extended his reaching on base to 15 games today. First pitch is a strike to Cruzel. Cruzel did not reach except on a fielder's choice in the previous game, so he ends his at 16. Now he's down in the count 0-2. 0-2 count to Cruzel. He's going to have to fight, protect. Here's the pitch. Swung on a good job. He did, just barely getting a piece of it, but he fought it off. Two, top of the 5th inning. Reddie's the visiting team today, despite playing on their home field. 2 runners on base, 2 outs. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and right at the shortstop. He hit a line drive, but he's hitting it right on the nose. He just can't get it to get through, and the Reddies will strand a couple runners. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We move to the bottom of the 5th, tied up at 2. We'll take a timeout, come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Trevor Hughes steps in for Southeastern. Pops the first pitch up, out of play. Oh, 1 count. Got to get a hold of head of the hitters. Pops them up again, out of play, 0-2. First out, the biggest out now when you get down to this point. Got to get the leadoff out every inning. And the pitch. Swung on a miss, struck him out. Just overpowered him. 7th strikeout by Eschberger. Now Chris Moulter will step in. 1 for 3, or 1 for 2. Singled his last time up. It was a bunt single. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Next pitch. Popped up right field. Curving, and it'll be foul ball. Just foul. Think of everybody a deep breath there because it wasn't foul by much. So 1-1 count as we play here in the 5th inning of this 7-inning contest. Reddie's on the road tomorrow night at Arkansas Tech at 6 o'clock start there in Russellville. Here's the 1-1. Called strike 2. One-two pitch. Pop him up again, out of play. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. High for ball 2, 2-2. Some action in the Reddie bullpen, nothing real serious, just loosening up a little bit. Here's the 2-2. Low and it's full. Here's the payoff. Inside, walked him. Well, McKeel will step in. Jake McKeel. Eschberger has yet to retire him, a double and a walk. So 2-2 as we play here in the 5th. East Central has a runner on first with one away. Here's the first pitch. In there for a called strike. Pitch outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. High, and it's 2-1. Two-one pitch. Popped up and foul, and it's 2-2. He's evened it up. So the 2-2 pitch coming from Eschberger with a runner on first. He's yet to retire McKeel. Here's the pitch. Reaches out and just barely gets a hold of it. And it'll remain 2-2. Eschberger looks at first. And the pitch. Deep fly ball to left field, but right there is Allen Hall, and he'll make the catch for the second out of the inning. Now De La Torre steps in. 0 for 2, struck out looking and flied out to left field, but got the sacrifice fly. The score run in the 3rd. And 2 outs as we play in the bottom of the 5th. Score tied at 2. And the first pitch, there goes a runner. They got him picked off. Will they get him? Well, they threw it to the wrong guy. He's going to get a stolen base. He broke. Eschberger threw it to Hunter Mail at first, and Evans wasn't over at second base quick enough to cover, and he threw it to Evans. And Moulter has a stolen base. A little fundamental mistake. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt him. Now you got to worry about just getting the batter here. With 2 outs. Pitch in there for a strike. They had him picked off. Here's the 0-1. Out of play, and it's 0-2. De La Torre would like to have that one back. Now it's an 0-2 count with a runner on second and 2 away. Tied at 2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Eschberger looks back around now. He'll kick and fire high for ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Not a bad pitch there. Here's the pitch. Popped him up at foul and out of play. Sparks won't get to it as he'll run out of room. So 1-2 count. De La Torre at the plate. Here's the pitch. High for ball 2, 2-2. So 2-2 count. Now the 2-2. Way outside, and it's 3-2. So he had an 0-2 count on De La Torre. Now he's on the verge of walking him. It's full. 3-2. This is one of the hitters you wanted to get. You didn't want to have to face Trey Mound, the guy that's been the hot hitter for this East Central team. Here comes the payoff pitch with 2 away. Bomb the 5th. The runner's going. He steps off, throws, and they got him. Yes, sir. Oh, he couldn't see that. The guy did not have his hand on the bag. He made a tag high, but the base umpire could not see that he didn't have it. And it looked like Taylor must have dropped the ball, and it'll be a stolen base by Mulder. Taylor could not hold on to it. So 3-2 count now. Payoff pitch. Big pitch here. Little grounder right back to Eschberger. He'll run it over to first and give it to Mayall, and that'll do it. So no harm done there as the Reddies get out of it. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave a runner stranded. We move to 6th inning. Henderson State 2. East Central 2. Take a timeout. Come back with more of Reddie Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Move to the top of the 6th inning. Lessenberry, Hawkins, and Evans due up. And Lessenberry 0 for 2 in this one, but he has 0 for 1 had a sacrifice fly. Several people watching today's game via our web stream broadcast. It looks like the Rodriguez family is watching. Has a chopper to the third baseman, but foul. Watching, of course, fun player to watch that we had for several years here at Henderson State, Carlos Rodriguez. At the end of the year, we start introducing Ora Batienda numero 5 Carlos Rodriguez, and it seemed like it worked because he started to catch fire at the end of the season. Made the all Gulf South or Great American Conference tournament team. Had a great end of the year, and he was instrumental in that run to carry North Carolina. Carlos, a good young man, a great ball player, and we miss him. Say hello to him all the way to down in San Antonio as the first pitch is outside for ball 1, 1-1. See, members of his family been watching the games. 1-1 count to Lessenberry. Pitch outside, but called strike. It was over the white part of the chalk line or the batter's box, but somehow it's a strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lessenberry. Here's the pitch. He's going to have to protect, and he just gets a piece of it. Colin Brock on, former Reddie, also watching. Another good ball player. Former Reddies watching from all over. 1-2. Lesenberry. Fly ball deep center field. That's Riley Roberts going back, and he'll make the play for the first out of the inning. Brings up to Darius Hawkins, the Ready center fielder, singled this last time up and walked.
Darius Hawkins.
2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Reddies. 2, 4, and 0 for East Central. Here's the pitch. Inside corner for strike 1 to the left-handed hitting to Darius Hawkins. He walked in the second, singled in the fourth. Now the 0-1. Swing, shot, foul down the right field side. And now he's down 0-2 in the count. Reddies need to get some runs. Remember, they are the visiting team here in this 7-inning game. Here's the pitch, fouled out of play, and it remains 0-2. So 0-2 count to Darius Hawkins. Here's the pitch, low, and it's 1-2. Colton Lawrence, former pitcher for the Reddies. Another big one. Big reason why we went to Cary, North Carolina last year. Watching us. Following the Reddies on stream. As this pitch is fouled. Shout out to him. And so the 1-2 pitch. Low, and it's 2-2. Fun getting to know a lot of these young men all the years have been in this business and seeing where they go after they leave Henderson State. See what they do with their careers. Here's the 2-2. Swung on a chopper, foul down the baseline, fair, and nice play by the second baseman, but no one there to cover, and it'll be a base hit to right field. And Hawkins is standing at first base with his second hit of the game, and Matt Evans up to the plate for the Reddies. So maybe we can get something going here. We need to get Hawkins to score. Evans comes to the plate 0 for 2. Ground out and fly out to the second baseman. So he's hitless today. He had 2 hits yesterday. Actually, he did have a hit in that first game. He was 1 for 4 with a run scored. Let's see what he can do. Pitches on the outside corner for a strike. I think Hawk is going to try to steal sometime in this at bat to get in scoring position. Well, he's faked and the pitcher had to step off. Let's see if he... Again, he does the same thing. Hawkins fakes like he's going. The pitcher steps off, trying to get him to balk. And that would be a big plus. And now they throw back at him at first. And he's got the intention of Sanchez. Fans from East Central all back in Ada watching the ball game. Thank you for your comments on the ballpark. And the pitch out is outside for ball 1, and they thought about throwing down to Hawkins. A lot of work done to this ballpark, and beautiful facility here. Fortunate we get to play last year, only 10 games at home last year, and then the facility upgrades. Here's the pitch, and it's base hit up over the shortstop's head. And the Reddies have runners on first and second with 1 out. Nice effort by the shortstop Moulter, and he just could not hold on to it. He would have had an easy double play as Hawkins was going on it. And now we're going to have a pinch hitter for the Reddies. Luke McGuire is going to come in and pinch hit for Turner Sparks. So McGuire, the left-handed hitter, stepping in for Henderson State, the senior. So folks in Ada, Oklahoma watching, yes, it is a nice park. We talked, we only played 10 games last year here due to the weather, and the field was just treacherous the whole month of March. And now we're in the teens. I think this is the 17th game at home this year, and we're only the second week of March. There goes the runner. Throw down the third is not going to be in time. It's going to get away. It'll be an error, a stolen base, and an error. And the Reddies have taken the lead. And just like that, the aggressive base running by Tadarius Hawkins has the Reddies on top of this one by a score of 3-2. So the pitch was a strike to Luke McGuire. See if he can deliver here. Another runner on base. He tries to bunt right in front of the plate, and will not beat it out. He's out for the second out. So Matt Evans, though, will go down to third base with Hunter Mayo coming to the plate. So right now that run is unearned depending on what Hunter Mayo does on this play. Because technically there would be runners at second and third. Actually, no. He would have scored because it would have been runners on second and third, and then the bunt would have most likely scored the run anyway. But right now we'll say it's unearned, depending if Mayall singles here. Started video streaming this year with all the renovations and done. And, of course, the baseball tournament cost a pretty penny to invest in getting Ethernet and phone lines put in, and it's taken a while. But the administration said, yes, let's do it. We want to have top broadcast, and we'll be doing the same for softball here. It's going to be installed. Here's a shot right to the first baseman, and that'll do it for the Reddies. So they do get one run on 2 hits, 1 error, and they leave a runner stranded. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Henderson State leads at 3-2. We'll take a timeout and come back with more Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Move to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Reddies bring on Nick Van Teo to try to finish the last 2 innings. Van Teo, 2.57 ERA, 1-2 on the season, 2 saves, 14 innings of work. He struck out 11, but also walked 11. He's had a little bit of control problems at times here in the early part of the season. Of course, last year he led the nation in saves with 14. Hello out to Miranda Vaughn. I know she's watching, and of course watching Reddie Baseball, and of course Tadarius Hawkins, and she saw Hawk just steal third and head home with the potential winning run. And we talk about how the streaming, the first weekend we were well over 100 people watching, and it keeps getting larger each time out. Now a lot of people with the change in schedule not aware of, not really able to watch probably from work or wherever they're at. So the number's been anywhere between 35 and 50 today. Trey Mound will step to the plate, strikeout victim twice, but has done some damage in that first game with a double and a home run and played some great defensive ball, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. And of course, everybody's thanking us because it's free. And yes, it's a free broadcast. We want you to enjoy Henderson State athletics. You know, 1-0 pitch. Swung on a miss for strike one, 1-1. If you had all the bells and whistles and all the multiple camera angles and all the chyrons, and when we talk about chyrons, all the graphics and stuff like that, and it was a full-fledged production, you might think about charging. But we want everybody to enjoy Henderson State athletics wherever they are, and it's a good recruiting tool. We're glad that you're able to view and watch us here on this beautiful Monday afternoon here in Arkadelphia, Arkansas, after some ugly weather here last night. Here's the 1-1. Popped up to the second baseman, A.J. Cruzel, and he'll make the first out. First catch for the first out, I should say, and that'll bring up J.T. Stevenson, the catcher. 0 for 1 with a walk. And we only have right now, we don't have a major production crew, so we can only have the one camera angle. Unlike some places, they have a full TV production company. There's in there for a called strike. No, Harding uses multiple cameras because they have the church and the full TV production company, and they got all these, invested a lot of money into that. Here's the 0-1. Outside for ball one. So, but at least we can bring you some type of broadcast. Now, when we have the Great American Conference Tournament here, they'll be doing that on JP Productions, and they'll have multiple camera angles, and it'll be a full-fledged production. 1-1 in there for a called strike. So we're just pleased to be able to let you see what we can and bring you the game. You don't just have to watch live stats. You can watch the game. Here's the 1-2. A chopper. Jordan Taylor's going to have to hurry. It looks like it's going to be an infield single, and it will be. Just a lazy chopper down the third base side, and Stevens will reach on an infield single. So Kodiak Ravez will step in. He has struck out twice today. Pitch in there for a call strike from Van Teo. Well, update from Reddie softball as they play in the bottom of the fifth inning of the finale. They lead it by a score of 4-1. Next pitch in there for a call strike 2. So softball team on top, 4-1 in the fifth inning there. They're moving right along. Tennis team is in action on campus today, and they'll play tomorrow. Both our golf teams are on the road in major tournaments, one in San Antonio, one in Missouri. So all the spring sports teams in action. Next pitch is high, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. All 5 of our spring sports in action today. I don't see that a lot because Reddies usually don't play on Mondays. Baseball, softball not on Mondays, but due to the weather, they are this week. There goes the runner, and there's a shot fouled, so the hit and run was on. Reddies go to Arkansas Tech. The trip up to Russellville tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start. A non-conference affair. Just one of those region games you try to get in. You want to get in your full 56 before the conference tournaments. Here comes the 1-2. Nope. Van Teo chasing the runner back into the bag at first. That's Stevenson. Now the 1-2. swung on and missed for strike 3. And Stevenson, Ravez can't go to first because Stevenson's occupying first base, and now there's 2 away with Kenny coming to the plate. Casey Kenny, the second baseman, 1 for 2, fielder's choice and a single. Of course, everybody watching, we're still working out some of the kinks in our video streaming. And the pickoff attempt, not in time. Thanks to Associate Athletic Director Frank Keenan and our Assistant Media Relations Director Hunter Lively for helping get everything organized and get us up and running so we can bring you these baseball games and soon softball. Here's the pitch, and the dirt no good. Ball 1. Of course, we were able to show you football and basketball and volleyball this year. Baseball and now softball just on the horizon after we install some work, install the lines as the pitch. Low for ball 2. And Hayden Lessenberry, who came in and took over from DH to the catcher spot for Turner Sparks, will go out and talk to Vantillo real quickly. And say, hey, let's get this batter. This is the number 9 hole hitter here. Let's throw strikes. Here's the 2-0 now. Pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. The Reddies lead it 3-2 as we play in the bottom of the 6th inning. They are the visiting team. This is the 7-inning game, the final game of the series. Here's the 2-1. Called strike 2. So 2-2 count. Runner on first is Stevenson, who singled, had an infield single. The 2-2 pitch from Vantillo. Breaking ball, got him looking! So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We move to the 7th inning. Henderson State 3, East Central 2. We'll take a timeout and come back with the 7th inning on the Henderson State Sports Network. Allen Hall will lead things off in the Reddie 7th inning. The Reddies would love to get a couple more runs to give Nick Vantillo some insurance as we play in the 7th inning here at Clyde Berry Field on the campus of Henderson State University. A beautiful Monday afternoon, and the first pitch from Sanchez. Check swing, but it's low for ball 1. Sanchez has gone the distance for East Central. Hasn't done a bad job. Next pitch is low for ball 2. He's 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Next pitch is 3-0, so he's on the verge of walking Allen Hall to lead off this inning. Reddy's like to get a couple more runs. Pitch in there for a called strike. Here's the 3-1. Outside, and they walked him. So the Reddies have the lead runner on base, and Coach Rosado wants to take a timeout to talk to his pitcher, who's done a pretty good job today. He's given up 2 earned runs and 6 hits, and not much more you can ask for. You know, you got to score some runs, and he's kept East Central right there. And they're going to make the pitching change. We'll get with that pitching change. As Sanchez will done for the day, responsible for the runner at first base. And it looks like Wellington's going to come back and pitch. He got the win in the first game today. Jake Wellington came in relief, pitched an inning or so, and he got the win. Wellington, 14 and third innings of work. He's walked 13, struck out 12. He's 1-1 on the season. 10.05 ERA. He's given up 4 doubles and a home run, and 2 wild pitches and 4 hit batters on the season. Making his 9th appearance. But Sanchez has did a decent job for the Tigers. And he makes way as he'll face Jordan Taylor to start things off. We'll get a softball update for us. East Central's come back to score 2 runs in the top of the 6th. They're threatening again as they... And now going into the bottom of the 6th, that's 4-3 Henderson. So Jordan Taylor due up for the Reddies. Taylor singled his last time up. First pitch is down low. The runner goes, and they're going to get him easily. Not a very smart play there, as Alan Hall, who walks to lead things off, gets caught stealing. Next pitch is outside for ball 2. I think you need to give the new pitcher a couple pitches before you see. Now it's 3-0. Now's the pitch you might want to would have stole on with a 3-0 count. With nobody out. So now Taylor, 3-1 count. Hall, a couple big running mistakes today. One in the previous game and one there. Hopefully this won't hurt the Reddies any. Taylor's pitch takes ball 4. So the Reddies would have had runners on first and second, nobody out. Joseph Gary steps to the plate now. Just aggressive mistakes that you look back and you make the corrections for down the road. Pitch high. That's ball 1. So Wellington having problems finding the strike zone here. That's 5 straight balls. Oh, almost hit him. That's 6 straight. He has yet to find the strike zone. Here's the 2-0. 3-0. Oh! Now I guess they're going to call the white part of the batter's box because they called it a strike. 2-1. Here's the 2-1 coming. Shot just down the line, and that's going to be a base hit. There goes Taylor. He's going to try to get the third. He will. Joseph Gary will go to second, and the Reddies have runners on second and third with one out on the double by Joseph Gary. Now A.J. Cruzel, a chance to add some runs and give the Ready a little bit of cushion. But not before. Looks like East Central may be making another pitching change. And they're waiting for the move. As Coach Rosado will step out to the mound. Our base umpire, Lynn Berry, ready to give the signal if Coach Rosado wants to make the change. They're ready, and he does make the change, and we'll take a timeout, come back with that change. Your score 3-2. Ready's leading here in the 7th. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to Ready Baseball on Henderson State Sports Network. Back here in the 7th inning after the pitching change, the final game of this 3-game series. Reddies won the first one 16-1. East Central held on to win the last game.
Now batting for the Reddies, number 12, second baseman, A.J. Cruzel.
5-4, and now the Reddies lead this one 3-2, and the new pitcher is Shea Edmonds. 5.60 ERA. 2-2 on the season. He has a save. He picked up the save in the previous game. The infield is in. First pitch to Cruzel in for a strike, and Cruzel didn't like it. He thought it was outside. 0-1 count to A.J. Cruzel. Wants to get something out in the green, or out in the outfield it is. Popped him up, and he'll go out of play, and he's down the count 0-2. Just a fly ball gets you another run, gives Van Teo a little bit of comfort. As we play here in the 7th inning of this 7-inning game, here's the pitch. Swung on, there's a deep fly ball to left field, and that'll score a run. Tagging up is Taylor, and he'll trot home, and the Reddies have increased their lead to 4-2, and actually they had a chance to get Taylor. He's just trotting, and looks like the catcher for East Central was not ready, and the Reddies will get the run. So A.J. Cruzel does the job on the sacrifice fly, and J.T. comes trotting home, and now Hayden Lessenberry comes to the plate. Runner on second base is Joseph Gary. First pitch outside for ball 1. Lessenberry 0 for 2. He had a sacrifice fly back in the 4th inning. I'd like to get a base hit here. Here's Lessenberry. Pitch outside, and it's 2-0. So 2-0 count. There's the pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at second is Joseph Gary, who doubled. Here's the pitch, swung on, foul ball down the left field side. And it's 2-2. 2 away as we play in the 7th. The Rays have scored a run. extend their lead to 4-2. The 2-2 to Lessenberry. The pitch swung on, and it'll fall for a base hit. Here comes Gary to try to score, and he will, and the Reddies have increased their lead to 5-2. The base hit by Hayden Lessenberry, and Gary scores from second base, and now Henderson State up 5-2. 8th hit of the game for Henderson State. So Darius Hawkins, the Reddie center fielder, now steps in. Runner at first is Lessenberry. The pitch inside for ball one. There's the 1-0 inside for ball two. So Hawkins, who's 2 for 2 with a walk and 2 singles, trying to get on base for the 4th time in this game. The 2-0 pitch. High fly ball, infielder, second baseman. And that'll do it for Henderson State, but they get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We move to the bottom of the 7th. Henderson State 5. East Central 2 will take a timeout, come back with the final half inning of play. You're listening to Reddie Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. So Roberts will step in for East Central to face Nick Van Teo, with the Reddies up 3 runs, 5-2 in the first pitch. Here's a ball. Next pitch a ball, so 2-0. It's a 2-0 count to Roberts. Van Teo's pitch. Ground ball to Hunter Mayo. He'll take it himself and step on the bag for the first out. So Henderson State ground ball, and it's Trevor Huey up the plate. So Huey's first pitch from Van Teo is fouled for strike one. Next pitch in there for strike 2. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed, struck him out. And Lessenberry will go to first with it, and there's 2 away.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 23, the shortstop, Chris Older.
So 2 gone here in the 7th inning. The Reddies lead at 5-2. The first pitch, that'll be a base hit to left field, and then go for extra bases by Moulter, and he'll round first and head for second. And Moulter with his second hit of the game, and now McKeel will step in. Good thing the Reddies
Now batting for the Tigers, number 32,
got a couple extra runs. Looks like we'll have a pinch hitter or pinch runner. No, I guess not. Just changing. Looks like there was going to be a pinch runner, and actually he's just the coach went out to get his glove. So McKeel will step in. So the first pitch from Vantillo hits McKeel. So now the tying run is going to come to the plate. And Christian De La Torre. And he gave it a ride last time up. Vantillo. First pitch. Down low, ball 1. So 1-0 count. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, a ground ball to Evans at short. He flips it to Cruzel, and this one belongs to the Reddies. Henderson State wins it by a score of 5-2, as the Reddies will take 2 of 3 from East Central in this one. Your winning pitcher today, Zach Eschberger. He goes to 4-2 overall. He's 4-0 in Great American Conference play, while Nick Vantillo will pick up his 3rd save. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Henderson State. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for East Central. The Reddies will stay on top in the Great American Conference. They'll stay in first place, and they'll go to Arkansas Tech for a non-conference game tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We'll have all the links to any live stream and live stat on our website if you want to watch those games. And then this weekend at Arkansas Monticello, they'll play a game Friday at 2 and then a doubleheader Saturday. And we'll also put all those links on our website. Don't forget the Reddies back here on March 25th and 26th against Southern Arkansas. The Friday night game is the rededication of Clyde Berry Field, as first 500 fans will get posters, and it'll be a fun evening as the Reddies take on Southern Arkansas. And as we speak, we just went final in softball. Henderson State wins 4-3 over at D. White Field, so they split that series. So congratulations to the softball team as they win that one 4-3. So again, your final score here from Clyde Berry Field. The Reddies take the series as they beat East Central 5-2 and improve to 11-12 overall, 8-4 in the Great American Conference. Thank everybody for listening and watching Henderson State Baseball. We'll see you next time. This has been the Henderson State Sports Network.